Good morning, chat. Hope y'all are having a wonderful day today. Today, I think I've figured out what this thing needs to be. This library of assets. I think I finally know what this should be. I think what this is going to be is a global singleton that's going to have a lot of not processed nodes. I'll put a question mark on it for now. But I think I figured out. I think I've got it. Whew. Man, this stuff is so much easier in 3D because you can just say, hey, take this animation, apply it to whatever model I decide to throw in here. It's great. The sprites, every model has to have a separate version of every animation, which definitely explains why most people don't do this. But I'm stubborn and determined, so I'm gonna make it happen. But before jumping into that, let's do some startup. Give people some time to see notifications, get in here. Yep. And let's see, channel news. I'm thinking it might be time to just drop Kick permanently. So, for reference, I've been simulcasting to Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick every day. Due to the number of spammers, botters, and scammers on Kick, I've disabled their chat for my streams. But I've still been spot checking it. Why is that not? Oh, thank you. But I've been spot checking just to see if there's any sort of growth there. And the answer seems to be no. And if anything, the scammer situation on Kick seems to be getting worse, not better. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to just axe it and yeah, maybe we'll update all of the socials today to remove that. Max, what the streaming to Kick? It doesn't seem like Kick is going anywhere. There was a stretch of time where Kick seemed like it might become a new popular streaming platform, but it never went anywhere. That's exactly what I'm saying. So, yeah, maybe that's what we'll do right after startup, is at least I'll update the stream overlay. Like you see at the bottom there where it says that I'm streaming on Kick. Yeah. I'll remove that. I'll update my templates for YouTube and Rumble. Let me make a note real quick so I don't forget. Okay. Yes, hello YouTube people. Hello. I wish I could show consolidated chat to everyone, but Papa Twitch said no, it's illegal. What's another set I can be farming? Because I really hate this one tacit field. This one. Penitent's End. I can't stand this tacit field. Just annoying. And I think part of it is I was running it for a long while. I could run this one. I think this is the... That's not right. Oh. No, stop, come back. Menu. What is this? Energy regen, resonance attack is increased. All attribute damage increased. That could be an interesting something to give some character. Not sure who. Yeah, okay. We'll run this one. I'm just so glad that I finally have some idea of how to do this management of assets. And I think part of the work on that is going to be building some function. Oh, God. Oh no. Well, that's garbage. That's total garbage. I can't run this tacit field. With this team anyway. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. We're going here then. Arg. Putting those elemental immune enemies in places like this just feels bad, man. still haven't figured out what happened to this game to cause the frame rate to become so blurred. Come on, do an attack. Oh my god. I should weave in her echo into this rotation, and that should finish it out more smoothly. Yeah, that helped a little bit. Okay. How are we doing? Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Administering first up here before. You won't escape. Purge the impure. Destroy. Such is that blessing.
And we're done. Good, good, good. Oh yeah, at some point I need to run this. But not on stream. And I didn't even realize it actually tells you how long these are gonna take. Notice top right, duration 60 minutes. What? This is a mobile game, ostensibly. What do you mean you want me to sit down to do one task for an hour? That makes no sense to me. But Kuro Games made their choices there, I guess. Dude, Even this is having frame rate issues. I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on with this. Fix it, or what? That's a freebie. Such an obvious one, right? Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna have to fix this or find a new startup game. End on green. Green. They did a lot better on the main exploration version of these puzzles. Because this seems quite easy. Oh, this one's slightly more complex. Okay. We should definitely start here with the most exposure. Nope. Nope, that was wrong. Blue. Red, yellow. Easy peasy. And just 3 more days of this event. Alrighty. Now, Godot, adding a folder should not be that much of a task. Oh, right. I was gonna update overlays and stuff. Where are you at? That's not the right file path. Okay. Perfect. Now, Wait a second. That's not the right one. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, does that look right? Can't actually see it. Hmm? I think that's right. I think. Whoa. Better yet. Oh. Actually, I have had a mistake here. Very, very small mistake. But still a mistake. Hmm. Okay. Oh yeah. They don't like me showing that. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. For anyone newer to the channel, I have 2 OBSs running. I need to move it to the right, ever so slightly. How do I do that? Oh. Did I get it right? It's close enough. Even if it's not right, it's close enough. If I'm off, it's by like a pixel. Okay, let me get my view correct again. All right. There we go. Next. Actually, I don't know how to do this on Rumble. How do I edit a How? How do I do these? And I'm really worried about doing anything on Rumble because it'll like knock out the stream. Dashboard is not what I want. Here we go. So you guys can see what I'm looking at. Here's our current stream. No. Templates! That looks relevant. Hey! Awesome. We're set. Cool. Love it. Next. Good, I did not knock out the Rumble stream today. Next. Go ahead and edit the YouTube one. Goodbye, Kick. Goodbye. And what kind of stuff do I need to do over on Twitch? Hello, Twitch. Oh yeah, I wasn't allowed to have any of this information on Twitch anyway, so we're good. Sweet. Oh, Twitter. Twitter. And you know what? Having 5 extra characters will be nice. There's been a handful of tweets where I've been just a couple characters past the limit. And with this, I won't have to worry about that. Then again, I'll just be hitting it at another point. Okay, done with that. You know what? Let's back up that new version. Oh. Why not have a backup of my channel assets? Surely I do. Because I back up everything. Apparently I did not back this up. Cool. Cool. Stream is still healthy, good. Because I did a whole bunch of things that you shouldn't do on a stream. Okay. That and here. Now, let's just describe what I'm trying to do. Because I do need to figure out if this is going to be one node, multiple nodes, what's going to happen there. So, I need a library. Okay. Underneath that, I need to have... So the books, quote, in this library are going to be texture with materials. Now, actually, it's going to be texture. What's it called? Spreadsheet size and materials. Okay. Now, what are these different things? These are going to be things like clothes 1, 2, gloves 1, gloves 2, not quite. Because this is also going to be like, oh, that. Sorry. How do I want to structure that? Like, So I have a library. I have the books that go in the library. Now I'm trying to create the sections of the library. So, like, you might have your fiction section, you might have your history section, you might have your science section in a library. What are my sections? And then there's the question of, do I even have separate sections? So at least from the external perspective, like accessing the books, it doesn't make sense to have separate sections. So at the top level, there's going to be asset lookup. Okay. Character asset lookup. Then underneath that, what do I have? So my options at this level, we put that to show that we're not sure what we're doing with that yet. Either I organize by stance, or I organize by layer, meaning clothes, gloves, shoulder, L. And I think this is actually going to be a dictionary. Like, it'll have a bunch of helper functions, but I think actually make a dictionary here. And the books also need to have some metadata. That's going to include things like stance. Do I need what? Stance. Layer. And asset name. And by asset name here, I don't mean the file name for the sprite sheet. I mean, so the way the names are set up for the file names, they're named things like bow, gloves 02. Is that right? I think that's it. Yeah. So in that case, asset name is just going to be O2. So the stance is bow, layer is gloves, the asset name is O2, I think. The lookup needs to have some helper functions. First is going to be validation. Check that all asset files have a scene. All asset files have a scene, and all scenes have unique combo of stance, layer, asset name. Then I need a bunch of gets. First get is going to be dance names. Player name. I guess while I'm doing it, I might as well get the names. And I think I'll leave that here. Yeah, removing gloves from here doesn't gain me anything. There is some duplication here, but that's fine. And I'm kind of thinking the top level should be layer rather than stance, maybe? I also want to get asset. Oh wait, that's the wrong place. Also the wrong place. Come on, Dumno. And to get the asset entry, provide stance, layer, what else do I need this to be able to do? I think that's it. And the actual lookup structure of this is going to be flat anyway. So like, as an example, if I did stance as the main section and then organized by layer underneath that, and I have, you know, 1, 2, 3, 5, you know, the assets down at this level. The actual dictionary here is still just going to be key value. It's not like I'm going to put a nested dictionary structure for that. It wouldn't make sense to do that. How do I enumerate the whole thing? Internet may have an answer for this. Data structure like dictionary with multiple keys. The answer in other languages is probably just to use a tuple. Yep, dictionary with tuple keys. That's exactly what I was about to say. use a list of, or tuple of value pair. I could use a delimited string. That's an option. So, for example, I could have my keys in this lookup. Working for 9 hours? Bruh. Get some noms. Here I'm just going to put books as the values. The keys. One option I'm looking at is a string where you've got stance, layer, asset. That's an option. Do I even need that though? Like, is there a reason to construct this dictionary? Or do I instead just do a mapping for I think I just got it in my head how I want to do this. I think I do want stance to be the top level. Are there any problems with doing that? So when I create the character customization screen, what's the big thing that's going to... Like, what's your main choice? Probably stance. Yeah. You haven't had coffee? What are you doing? Yeah, coffee doesn't give me enough of a kick some days. So I take something that is probably not good for me. Try drugs? No, thank you. Sure you guys have seen these guys. I'm pretty sure these are taking years off my life, but they do kick my brain into overdrive. So I get a lot more work done if I drink one of these in the morning. Not sponsored, but I wish I was. Now, part of the question is, where do I store lower body? Because lower body doesn't have a stance. Let me go forward on. This is examples. Okay, so here's the initial idea of the structure. If I did this, where would lower body go? I don't know. If I wanted to reverse this, though, how would that look? Yep, brain just stopped. Hmm. So something else I need to be considering, and what's running through my head right now, and I just need to verbalize. What all this needs to be able to do. 1. Character customization screen. Choose next / previous asset or layer or stance / layer. Okay. Okay, next. Load currently saved character sprites into customizer. Save customizer selection. Create character from saved. As I think that's the same as bullet point 2 though, from this class's perspective. Still haven't figured out where to put lower body, and none of this has helped me figure that out. see. What am I going to actually save up here? What does this save look like? With a bare minimum, this needs to have stance, layer, no, 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 no. It just needs stance and name because I have this is for each layer. Yeah, this thing's gonna be really big and complicated, isn't it? Let's try and figure out where lower body goes. Actually, let's just compare the two different versions. So, if I'm using this version, then what stance would I say lower body is? I could say something like none. Or I could say all. Or I could call it L body as the stance and the layer. Or I guess this would be legs. Then over here, this would be see. So, one other way to do this what if I build the customization screen into this library, or this library into the customization screen? If I do that, I won't have a way of just looking up stuff without the customization screen, though. Okay, so that's not an option. I don't know. Because neither of these seem reasonable to me. What I need right now is an epiphany. Like, I've been hoping for an epiphany for like a week now on this, and it's just not happening. Ooh. Here's an option. What if I have this included inside of all of the stances? Now, I don't actually make a separate copy, but I just have duplicate references to it. That might be the most reasonable way to do this. The analogy to a library is going to break down here because obviously you're not going to have copies of a book in multiple sections. That wouldn't happen. But because we're in programming land, we're basically, the equivalent in a library would be something like you'd have a legs section in your library, but then in every one of your sections, if someone goes looking for legs books, there's like a little slip of paper on the bookshelf that says go over here. Okay. I think this is that's the way to do it. Instead of having a separate stance that has some neutral name, instead include reference all stances. I think that's what I want to do. Just so the visual is maintained. Okay, I'm taking a break. We'll jump back to it in a minute. Now, how am I going to make that reference in Godot? I have no idea. Oh yeah, we're obscenely powerful now. Where am I supposed to go? Oh, hold on. I need a merchant. Those are not merchants. What does merchant look like? I think that's it. Also, I do not remember Kran's Pass. Let's see, it's 2 o'clock. Oh yeah. A place I can't interact with yet. Oh. Crypt of the Dead Gods. I have 2 bosses I can fight there. I think. I'm pretty sure. Yes. Like, I'm pretty sure I can survive this fall. Excellent. Ow. Leave me alone. Who are we fighting here? Freaking Dragon Gorge. Ow. Whoa, buddy. What do I do about that? That wasn't right. Nope. Wait. Whoa. Just apparently this whole boss is just stay as far away as possible. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, just damage. Just pure damage. Don't worry about surviving, just worry about doing enough damage. Surprise! The end? It's the end! Wow, we went on a whole journey with those messages. Wait. But there's no way it's gonna actually let me finish the game now, right? Where the heck am I going? But seriously, where the heck am I? Oh, this is goes to the demon fish thing and then to the boss. Good enough. Yeah, I don't feel safe in this. Where? Oh, where the boss? Huh. All right. Oh, I should have. Oh no. Mistakes have been made! Ow. Yeah. Nope. Okay, buff. Ooh. Well, this was oddly easy. Because apparently the AI does not know what to do if you're that far away. Hooray! Hunter is the hunt. Amazing Sultan Sanctuary. Alone in Haunted Void. Our hope. Raised Zoo. So first off, can I get back to that save spot? Nope. Oh, I guess I could use a bell. You know what? Just in case I need it. Love were great. Jester rolling. Well, let's go. Hello? No! We're swimming? Right. Game? Oh. Cool! Ageless Solace. Curse no longer, gasping breath. Salt and Sanctuary. That was cool. So, there's an entire movement mechanic that I just skipped. You guys might have noticed the red barriers. Yeah, I just didn't get that upgrade. And I didn't realize that it's optional. Interesting. I don't think I'm done with this game on stream yet. Like, there's plenty of bosses that are still to fight. But that's very interesting. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh my. That's a lot of special thanks. A new adventure awaits? No. So I have tried New Game Plus, and it is a lot of not fun. Wait. No. No, that started New Game Plus? Oh, garbage. No. No, 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 no. Because if that started New Game Plus, then we are definitely done with this on stream. Oh, that is tragic. Well, yeah, see how much damage those things are taking? Yeah. New Game Plus is a lot of not fun in this. I'll see about doing the first boss real quick. But yeah, the fact that this ridiculous build takes 2 shots to kill the basic enemies in New Game Plus. Not great. Well, at least my Covenant progress is saved. Yeah, note to developers. Probably don't force New Game Plus to start in a game like this. The thing is, I'm doing nuts damage to this guy. Cool. Oh god. Yeah, okay, so first boss was not too rough, but you saw how even with in-game armor, or close to in-game armor, this is what? Class 4? Yeah. He was still going to be killing me in 3 hits? Oh, that is so unfortunate, because I really wanted to enjoy this build more in New Game. Well, go spend our levels, or spend our salt. Hello? Sure. Huh. Forgot that you can get black pearls as an item pickup. Is there anything I can refund? I guess I don't need the endurance. Then again, don't really need much of anything, because we're not going to do another full playthrough. just to see a handful of bosses. Oh, wait. There we go. So if I fully buff, do I start one-shotting enemies? Because if not, then there's no way I'd consider doing... Oh, okay. So let that run out, and I'm just curious at this point. Oh, it is definitely time to stop, though. There we go. Do I one-shot with this buff, though? Nope. Man. Okay. There's one more thing to test out for fun. But we can do that on the next break. And the next thing to test out is cheating maliciously. All right. Hold on, let me mute this. There we go. And this is not a 2D scene, this is just a node. Okay. while that's loading, Salt and Sanctuary. Is there a way to go back to previous new game? The answer's gonna be no. Once you go down, that's the end of that game. That's a shame. Alright. We have bow, double sword. I think there are 6. Here. How did I name these? I'm pretty sure I got rid of all of the old ones. Yeah. Poop. Poop, poop, poop. I think I'll remove the concept of two-handed sword because this could very easily include two-handed hammers and stuff. Okay. Now I need a representation of all the layers. Oh. Never process completely disables processing. It ignores ignoring scene tree paused. This is the inverse of process mode. I need to look up what that does. More detail. Pause the game. The pause state must be set. This is done by assigning true to pause. Doing this will cause two things. First, 2D and 3D physics will be stopped for all nodes. Second, behavior of certain nodes will stop or start depending on the process. All nodes have this property in current state. Parent is set to animation nodes will pause their current animation, pause their current audio stream. So I think this means that things like shaders are still running. Let's test that theory. Oh yeah, I was actually doing something. Yeah, that was my work to try and do it. Close. 2. Good. I don't have anything in here. Yep. That does not stop ever. So make node not run any. Don't think this is a thing I can do. That's not true. Question used, set process false. Okay. How do I store it in such a way that it doesn't process? You can also disable it by calling that. Not true. Remove it from the tree temporarily and store it somewhere so that you can put it back later. Okay, so That's an option. But then I'd have to move every single instance of this into code. Which I really don't want to. Okay. Pause property, invisible false. Right click on a node. Menu then. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Let's see. What's another way to do? If I never have the root node enter a scene tree, what happens? What parts of a node work prior to entering these trees? Because I have an idea of how to do this. One of the ways to explain how this works at a high level game engine, that it's a high level game engine over low level middleware. The main system is the game engine. When a node is connected directly or indirectly to the root viewport, it's part of the scene tree. Cool. This means that, as explained in previous tutorials, it will get the enter tree ready callback. Ooh, I can use that to make sure that this lookup thing never actually enters the scene tree. What I'll do is I'll use the enter tree callback, or on tree entered, I think it is. And I'll have it just free itself. That way, the only method for operating on it is when it's in this, quote, disabled state. Reorder becoming act by entering scene. Scene is loaded from disk, created. Huh? What are these bullet points? Give me some context. A scene is loaded from disk or created by scripting. I think this is order of operation, like chronological life cycle of a node. The root node of that scene is added as either a child of a root viewport or of the root viewport or to any of its descendants. Every node in the newly added scene will receive the Enter Tree notification in top to bottom order. Every node will receive the Ready notification for convenience. Oh, it's saying it's going from bottom to top. When a scene is removed, they receive the exit scene notification in bottom to top order. Okay. So, do shaders run prior to entering? I assume the answer is no. It's gotta be, right? Making a 2D card game, cards themselves are scene trees constructed primarily of a ton of stacked control nodes. However, one drawback is that it's harder to have pseudo 3D transforms for control nodes. Annihilating seems like something I could use Trader for, and indeed there are plenty of this type of task, but when testing it seems the shaders can only be applied to a singular node. Is there a way to leverage shaders for the purpose of manipulating an entire scene trees? Yes and no. The research I've done, I could possibly rework my scene tree to use a sub viewport inside. Then I could apply the shader to that. What does AI say? Shaders in Godot are compiled and run when the materials they are applied to first encounter within the scene tree during the run. Hey there, Morton. How's it going? Compilation occurs moment. Runtime compilation can sometimes lead to error. Here's a question. How do you pause a shader? You're doing Unity? Nice. Can't say I'm a fan of Unity, but if it works for you, great. Stop shaders from being updated. However, this method seems to be on Windows 4. Found out that the method above has been replaced with engine.timescape. Wait. Wouldn't that slow down the whole game? What if I just want to pause a shader? Go engine timescale. What's this? This really feels like it started somewhere, like this conversation started sooner than this, but I'm checking still cooldown timer because timer goes down slowly. Can I exempt it? If you want more control, you could define your own timescale, being claw, alt, guild, however you want. Hold, so I'm sure you've already solved it. But for anyone with this issue, just multiply your timer by the timescale you choose. Yeah. Oh, that's for sub viewports. Never mind. That's for sub viewport. Doesn't apply to the root scene wide view game. You want to stop rendering of whole game in main window, just hide all the nodes. This response is very legit. I mean, come on, do you actually not understand what he's asking or what? Yep. This person did not understand the question. That's interesting that shaders don't pause. That you don't have a reasonable way to pause them. And this doesn't actually work. Because this time variable is going to grow ridiculously fast. Since it's like at the 2-second mark, it's going to be adding 2 seconds to your time every single frame. Or whatever time interval shaders use. That actually doesn't work. So surely someone has asked this question how to pause a shader before, right? Not and shader. What you doing, Google? Pausing a shader in Godot, especially one that relies on time uniform, requires a different approach than pausing. So rendering server global shader print set global shader time. Shader's animation is driven by variable. Pass a boolean of his pause to your shader. Honestly, these are decent recommendations. The thing is, I don't get what you're supposed to do with setting engine timescale to 0. Because if I understand correctly how that works, if you ever set timescale to 0 for the engine, the user can't get out of that state. Because you can't even click things if the timescale is 0, right? Attempting to pause all gameplay, including shaders and particle. Problem is that just using get free pause does not affect shaders. Try timescale is 0. See, you have a uniform to control what the shader does. Example, I have a unit highlight as a frequency values. Setting this to have a value of 0 pauses the shader. global uniform so you don't have to set it for each shader. I could add. Tried setting the frequency to 0 for the shader, which kind of worked. However, this reset the time in my shader, creating some disparity. Creating shader time and updating it. Delta. Pause. Paused, it stops incrementing. My shader is applied to certain meshes, for instance. Added them to a global group. Game Manager Singleton can access them and pass shader time to material on node group. This is very messy. Here, I am now using a custom shader time. Proceeds to put code that doesn't list custom shader time at all. So, pausing shaders is just not a thing, I guess. Yeah, let's just keep learning. Trying to figure out how to pause shaders. Just shaders. I also have UI animations happening, so I cannot use engine.timescale. Breaks them. Maybe engine.timescale would work? It's worth testing some of these. The heck? Hold on, guys, just a second. Oh, never mind, just some crazy car driving by that was blaring some talk show. It was very weird. Want to freeze my shader and keep it the way it is. Any idea how to do that? If the shader is supposed to do something over time, have the shader stop doing its thing after that amount of time has elapsed. Example, time variable is used to calculate and show the spread has reached a certain value. It's also called clamping. This. And also pause node the shader is attached to. Sorry, it seems pausing shaders is only available in visibility enabled. Cannot be paused, visible at the same time. Here's what we're gonna do. Add button. Up. Back. No. Press. Hmm. So, pause a node. Okay. What about... Okay, so that works. Huh. But there were some things saying that they had odd behavior with certain types of names. So let's add some. Gotta remember how to do this. Where is... Oh, it is emitting. Okay. That should be good enough for testing. Yeah, that does not pause. Huh. So, CPU particles, 2D, jitter, and pause. Time scale, 0. Oh, that's actually this article. Um... Okay, so maybe there's a setting that can make that just not be an issue.
Au-delà le temps, la menace grandit. Si loin dans le silence, on entend ses cris. Par-delà les terres, son nom fait frémir.
Here's a question. If I turn on trails, how does that change?
Le néant arrive.
I imagine this is going to look crazy. Ooh.
Les gens ne se trompent point, de la peur ils
Huh.
se nourrissent. Ô grand guerrier, je prie pour ta vie. À chaque
So that doesn't stop the jittering,
fuyez mes
and it causes another problem.
lions est ici. Ah,
Linux or Windows? I am on Windows, good sir. Huh. Run Ubuntu? Nice. I ran Ubuntu for a while back in college. It's pretty cool. Okay. Turn those trails back off. And try that again. Okay. There. Interpolating fixes part of the problem. Or interpolate. Makes the particle movement smoother when their fixed FPS is lower than the screen refresh rate. Oh. Interpolate is not important. And I think what I may end up doing for that might be reasonable. Is create my own version of GPU Particles 2D and have them inherit the FPS from the game. What does 0 mean? Two makes sense to me. What is 0? And so change global default for a node. This is almost certainly not a thing. Turn node into a scene and adjust defaults. See the node, pull the scene into 3. Huh? That is possibly the worst answer I could imagine to that. The response is essentially, just set the values, bro. Okay. Hmm. Erg. Where is that not possible in this company? Oh, wait. Every node 2D gets an identity transform. There's no way to change this. Could create a scene containing your node. Use the initial values from here. This scene can act like a prefab. That's not how I would do that. Here. Oh, speed scale, not time scale. Just do this inversion here. So we switch paused. So if we are currently paused, speed scale is 0. If we are not paused, ah. Hold on. Something looks funny. Huh. I guess it's just an optical illusion. Oh, that's weird. That's my monitor. Huh. It's like a weird optical illusion with my eyes in the monitor. Some of the particles look like they're turning a beige color. That's weird. What? This is not what I want. Ah! This is what I want. Huh. Yeah, the optical illusion still happens for me. So like if I duck down and look more straight on instead of from above, the illusion goes away. That's... Oh, actually, the illusion is still there even when it's not stopped. Okay. Weird. Alright. Let's do that fun test I was mentioning before. I need urchin. There's no merchant. Because the test what I want to test we're gonna cheat. Since this game is we're done. Because I want to see what is the absolute most damage this build could ever do. So... Cool. I'm pretty sure max stats is 150. And we were hitting, or I think it was 173 before adding all these points. Actually, make a note of that. Yeah, so you would have to be an obscenely high level for this. Wait. Am I missing 2 notes? Maybe there's a wisdom hiding somewhere out here? Wisdom. See, what stats were all mixed in here? Willpower and endurance. Oh wait, would be really awesome if there was a search function. Okay, let's just ask the internet real quick. That's the max. Not what I'm looking for. I was so sure 150 is the max. Oh, probably because I saw this at some point. Ray of Searing. How did you hit 150? That all raises magic. Oh, maybe there's a weapon type that raises wisdom. Hammers. Heavy armor is endurance. Strength. Willpower. Dexterity. Great swords are strength. Daggers give you willpower. Whips is willpower. Crossbows are dexterity. For dexterity. Well, we're gonna call that maxed out enough for testing this. Wait, so all those extra points added no damage to the unbuffed attack, or almost none. 154 there. $207. Huh. All right. Yeah, so the soft cap of 50 is very strong in this game. Meaning, like, the drop off afterward is awful. That's fine. There might be some extra wisdom that I can grab, but like with how much that's fallen off, any extra points aren't going to do much of anything anyway. So now the only question is how much of an effect would getting dexterity up to 50 and then maxed have on top of this? And we're gonna call getting close to 150 maxed, because while I could eke out some more points, it's not gonna change the numbers very much for any practical purpose. Okay. So next is I think that was 18 decks. It's close enough. I'm only trying to get a feel for where these numbers are. So that only added 20 damage. $247. Okay, so that extra 32 points equated to 40 damage. That's pretty good. Okay, so just out of curiosity, 100 decks, what are we hitting for? If I can hit. Can't actually see. It's all the glowing. Uh, 260. Okay, that was was what? 13 more damage for 50 levels. And that illustrates how strong that fall off is after 50. Which should tell you, once you hit 50, move on to another stat. But just for completeness, I do want to push this up to 150 and just see what happens. What? Okay. 150 is much farther than anyone would reasonably take their stats. Oh. 273. Yeah, complete and total waste of time going much higher than 50-50. Because I'll bet... Let's see. I was around 50 wisdom, maybe a little less there. Jump from there to there was 40 extra damage. So that would have been around 213 if I did 50-50 split. So you can get an extra 20 to 25% damage, I guess. Okay. %28 more damage, roughly, by going from 50-50 to roughly 150-150. Good to know. Now that I've tested that, goodbye, cheated save file. And goodbye, Sultan Sanctuary. Goodbye. That was cool. I did not want to be done with Sultan Sanctuary that quickly, but since we hit the ending, not much I can do about that now. But that was fun. Still got more testing to do on this. Ooh, here's something I do want to test real quick. If I take this out of the scene tree and put it back in later, what happens? And I'll just leave this logic here. This is okay. see what it does. Hmm. I think I need to slow that down some so I can see for sure what's happening. Okay. Removing it from the scene tree does stop processing. Good. Bigger question, does it stop processing for shaders? If it does, then my planned approach will work. Oh, wait. Script. That would help. Son of a... Blurg. No, that's garbage. That's complete and total garbage. Wait. Time is a global variable. Which means I'm cheating there by doing that. So what I need is varying float my time. What's wrong? What did I do wrong? What am I doing wrong? Barg Khan. Can I get a code example, please? Because this error message is telling me absolutely nothing. Huh. Oh, I guess that kind of makes sense. Godot shader varying. How do I tell if it's not initialized? Is that legal? Nope. No shader. Check. Check if varying has been initialized. You should always initialize varyings before using them. Oh, thank you. Godot shader. How do I ask this question? Godot shader. Saved value between render. I actually think I have a shader that does this. I think Pixel Explosion does. Pixel Explosion does not do this. Huh. Maybe it'll just auto-initialize. Maybe it'll just auto-initialize to 0. Excuse me? What's that? Oh, I'm in the wrong scene. That's what that is. What? Please run the scene I'm asking you. Huh. How can I test it? Here's a way I can test it. A very ugly way. Oh, right. Maybe I'm moving too slow. Nope, that should be working. Actually, just in case. Hmm. Why does it not like my time? Ooh, hold on. And do that. Now it should at least be visible. Oh, wait. That'll do it. I don't get it. Well, it's paused. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Custom global uniform. I could do that, but this doesn't test what I'm trying to test. Ooh. Godot functional shader. Or was it? external shader? Is that the term? Oh, compute shape. First, in an external text editor, create the file. So it takes an array of floats, multiplies each element by 2, and store the results back in the buffer. Nope, that's not what I am trying to get. Godot shader, have variable increment each. Render pass. What is the next pass shader? Godot. Found several discussions on Reddit. I want to have interactables in my game. Two shaders to give visual feedback to the highlight shader, outline shader. Don't feel like this is giving me the answer I want. Okay. AI, what are you talking about? A concept. In Godot, you find multiple passes within a shader by utilizing the pass property of a. This allows you to render an object multiple times, each time with a modified set of. And manipulate a uniform variable shader between passes. Each next pass material set the uniform to its previous value plus the. Okay. So next pass sounds like what I want. See. Property called next pass. How this could be used to apply multiple shaders to this material, but according to the docs, this just renders the object again with the new material. Still didn't get the answer, by the way. I know you can approach. Anything that requires multiple passes. Can I please have an example bit of code? Pretty please. No? Okay. Example? In Godot, the next pass property of a material allows rendering an object multiple times with different materials or shaders, creating effects. Maybe this concept just doesn't make sense in 2D. Maybe that's what's going on. Is no one going to show an example that... That's the one I just read. Cute shaders can give you this iterative control. Want to summarize your objective? Don't really understand. And how Godot 2D renderer works, or how Godot 2D renderer works to my knowledge, is there are two stages. First stage is I'm drawn in order. Compute shaders are used to run arbitrary code parallel on the GPU. Work best when given many small tasks from one another. Especially if those tasks are not frame rate. Just trying to determine if shader code is running when a node is not in the scene tree. That's all I want to know. Let's double check how varying works. Pass data from fragment to protect. I'll do that. So, for reference, guys, the reason I want to be solid on this is I'm potentially about to add, like, how many? How many shaders am I about to add? Six times... Six times, let's call it 20. So 120 materials, shaders, and I want to be absolutely positive those shaders are not running. Passing data between shader stages. Does it receive signals? No, I can answer that. Like, I'm pretty sure the answer to this question is no, but really like some confirmation. Alternatively, what if I create a compute shader that just tells me just compute shader is huh? Under preview GLSL purchase. That looks cool. Compute shader supporting Godot is almost zero, especially. Result from compute shader cannot be imported. Godot shader. So all the data have to be moved from GPU to CPU to GPU again. Can I please just have an example of a compute shader? Because I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. Minimal compute shader example. That sounds relevant. Ew. Oh, this is not implemented as a material. This is a whole separate thing for putting the computations on the GPU. Okay. There's gotta be a way to do what I'm trying to do. Test it. Gotta be, right? Wait, I have a delta? No. Hold up. That might solve my problem. Wait. Actually, delta doesn't help me, does it? Don't have a delta here, though. Pretty sure uniforms cannot be assigned. Yep. No shader assign value to uniform. Every way I can think to test this, either I won't be able to tell, or because I won't be able to tell because the object will be invisible either way. And all of the other methods aren't possible in a shader. Is there a way to just print to console? Since the shader runs on your GPU, you can't print or do any console-related stuff. As far as Godot shader goes, I have not read of any print function. Uniform variables are one way only. Go into the shader, not out. Several workarounds. The first is to print a meaningful color in the shader. For instance, if you're trying to detect an area where your shader works, you can print full red spec 4. Depends on what you're trying to do. Simple. Once you get the grip of them, they're a powerful tool. Courage. So I can't grab values out of the shader. I seemingly can't pass values to future iterations of the shader. Is it possible to create an effect? No, that's the same question I just answered. So, if I hide a node, the material shader running. I didn't know that has a shader attached. Does the shader continue? No. Hiding it will stop the rendering it. Only when rendering. That's how the engine. Okay, so that is confirmation from random Redditor. According to AI, yes, the material shader is still running. I think this actually answers the question for me. Script, I also increased the vertex size so the shadow can larger than the bounding box. Or when this. Oh, that's the post. To avoid large sprite being cold, original point must not exit frustrum. There is no box, just a point where is position of the node itself. Bending the vertices by a shader has no impact on the frustrum. Or frustrum culling. To avoid the scenario you are encountering, you possibly need to split your tree in top and bottom half. Separate the shadow out of the tree altogether. This just isn't true. If it were, every 2D sprite in any Godot game would exhibit this behavior halfway off screen. Why do you have the Godot senior? Oh. Okay, so they're not actually a Godot expert. They can just add that tag themselves, I guess. I feel like some people here are offering really complex solutions. Why not just not do it in shader code? shadows, so right, duplicate it, black transparent. Exactly what I'm doing. I wrote shader script, duplicates the sprite, rotates it, and gets currency. Telling you to not do the shader. Create a texture rectangle node. It's cold because the origin outside. We'll most likely want to chop large things like the several parts. It'll be cold and the shader won't be active. That should mean, certainly, that if it's not in the scene tree, then it's not running. And I've seen this behavior, and this explanation makes sense. Drastically increase the amount of pixels that need to be rendered. May cause performance issues. I agree. Use a custom AAB. What is that? So, how to stop a... Turn a shader off and on it will. Sounds relevant. Case of R2D, it works you. Ooh. There might be something fun in the rendering server. Not what I meant. So make rendering engine ignore node. Add a property. Timescale ignores. Add a static method lock. Don't think you've answered this question correctly. We offer unique methods in like that. And then if we offer unique overload, life cycle function. I have to. Wonder if it could be expanded to be a multiplier instead of a boolean. Create an auto load. Find an event and a date time private key. Auto load. Set a bunch of stuff. Calculate delta. And that creates a delta that's independent of your timescale. Here. Goes here and rejected. I'd love to see the reasoning. Hopefully the reason is there's a simple workaround. Was discussed on Rocket Chat. Consensus is that this change is not necessary and therefore this PR is not desired. Scale time yourself in the script. Other nodes, such as particles or animations, already support timescale. Physics timescaling won't work anyway because the solver will break. Much consensus for merging this feature. Yeah. Set a parameter. Yeah, I know. But that doesn't actually stop the shader. If you want a material to not interact with light, I don't think this is Godot related. Oh, fine. Yeah, not relevant. Material uniform properties are per material. If you want to disable the PS1 effect for uniform, then you'll go through every shader material and then disable it there. If meshes share the same material, they will all share the same uniform modification. Firstly, if you want to have uniform settings different a basis, then each of the meshes will have their own. Performance perspective, as long as you're not modifying uniforms too often, probably fine to modify them in. Ah! As a worker. Huh? What? Issue description. I firstly heard about this problem on Rush Forum and confirmed currently time is not affected by getTree.pause. Problems. If the user wants to stop all shader animation while pause, he must manually write shader material and pass a constant custom uniform with time. Bit tricky because pause is defined by the scene tree. Time scaling is controlled by the main and shaders were still working on the background, not so good. My problem with a workaround, not that hard to implement, for writing the application code class. Huh? So you didn't actually fix it. It just deletes some points from the line 2D. Okay, so you made it invisible, but it's still running. Most of the time you want the shaders to pause while the game is paused. There may be some situations where you don't want that to happen. Shader Global seems like it'd be great for stuff like this. thing is, having to add custom handling to every single shader, or I should say duplicate handling to every shader, is awful. I think the idea is at the time built in for non-gameplay effect. Your control is not, for example, having pulsating menu button, slight movement in trees, etc. If the user needs to control some aspect of the shader, they should use uniform. The largest problem with this, of course, has been the pain of setting the same uniform across all shaders. Particles a little different because they have their own processing time. Blah blah blah. Unfortunately, global uniforms are unlikely to be backported to 3.x. I'm using time for that kind of stuff. The problem is everything else freezes. Trees still sway. Rain still falls. Change my idea a bit so that time is scaled, have time unscaled. Oh, that's that proposal. Okay. Point is that if we introduce time scale, affect the time to affect time, you'll use that. Time unscaled would therefore be the one you'll, those things that should keep running unaware of the time scale. Regarding my implementation, I'll have okay. I think my answer is that I'm gonna sleep on it. I'm gonna sleep on it. Because I've got a couple options here. One, I move forward assuming that it does get cold effectively, which would be great. Alternatively, I create a custom resource that stores all the data I need. But I don't have a good representation here for it by doing that way. Yeah, those are my two options. Sorry for the pause. I'm trying to think through this as I talk to you guys. And as you can tell, not working great. Yeah. Yeah, I need to just sleep on it. So, with that, folks, I'm going to call stream. Everybody, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us. And, as usual, an extra special thank you to my supporters over on Ko-fi. Thank you so much. And above all, guys, hope y'all have an amazing day. Take care, everyone.